Morning. Morning. Let's see. Does the life work? It does. Okay, so let's see what we got today. Today we have a lot of work to do. Besides obviously trying to trade live, I'm still gonna stream like this. I'm trying to stream like this every day. As much as I can. Oh, this is such a nice comment. So what are we gonna do? So let me open up this. So actually let's go like this. We have some studies to do today. We have a lot of work to catch up on because I've been postponing a lot, but this was the demo trades, followers. Those were insane. Those were the demo trades we took like Friday, and these were the live trades we took. These were the live trades we took also Friday. So today we're looking actually pretty impulsive. We're printing a 4-hour gap. We can see we're being pretty bullish at this point. Since we reached drone liquidity, it's looking like double reach. These are huge rejections though, and now we're most likely gonna reach for this. To be honest, this looks bullish. This looks hella bullish. Euro's way weaker, but we're still reaching into that 4-hour there. Ooh, this looks really bearish for DXY. We're really reaching into this. So let's start with an analysis first of all. Analysis. It's gonna be hard for me to keep up with this. Let me do something. So let me go like this. And this. Okay. But can I see the chat? Where's the chat? What can I see? I thought, isn't there a way I can link? I can see the chat and in OBS. I think it is, no? Stream. I knew that at some point. I mean, yes, whatever. But right now, I knew there was a way to do that. To like move the chat. Move chat. Oh. Oh, okay. I don't even need the live then. Okay, this is good. So let's start. As you can see, we've been pretty consistent lately with our analysis, but we're gonna start straight away with Monday. Let's see what today has got to offer. I mean, for me, it's pretty clear at this point that DXY is gonna be bearish of this daily. Why am I so fucking? I don't know. I cannot speak. Yeah, for me at this point, it's really clear that we're gonna reach for this sell side and this big gap. Regardless of what future bias is, we rejected bullish candles here. Get my tablet off here like this. So let's see. So we're starting with, let me actually clean this up a bit. So we have DOL taken, we have drone liquidity taken, we have a big gap here that's probably gonna get, yeah, it's pretty clear at this point that we're drawing towards this. So that's what our bias is gonna be. Wait, like this. DOL taken multiple rejections, respect, and here on this candle, can I do it clearly? buyers rejected. So it's a pretty clear sign that we're going lower and this becomes draw. It's a pretty clear bias. There's none. It's just clear to me. So let's go with DXY. So we're gonna start with 4-hour daily. I don't really use. Oops, what did I do? At this point, it's pretty clear. Very clear. We are gonna draw towards that internal leg and POI. We took external and reacted really heavily off it. Also consolidated, which is good absorption of liquidity. Now very likely we head lower towards that internal POI and all. So it's pretty clear buy. So we're being very for DXY at this point. Oh, this is actually really clear. Like this high didn't need to get taken because it already rated previous liquidity, just took this internal high. Now we're breaking. We have a huge gap of initiation. This definitely will hold lower at this point. But the thing is today we do have some news. So starting off with economic I'm brain dead. Starting off with the economic calendar, I think I should start to journal, like put these on my journals, on my analysis, because it's quite important. So starting off with the day, this is what we're having. So we have my Notion just crashed. Notion, brother, what's wrong, bro? What's wrongy? So we have some heavy news in London. Ooh, wait, GBP only has, we do have some heavy news like 10, 15, 10, 30. 11 is kind of doable, so we're most likely gonna look to trade after 11. Like USD, GBP, I think it's fine. New York is probably gonna be our main focus for today, but that depends. We need to see first. So let's see. My webcam, why is my webcam so crooked, bruh? So we're starting like this. It's definitely, I still think it's gonna continue bullish, but we're probably gonna even draw lower, probably this in versus our POI here, because yeah, the range looks really balanced. So let's do it like this. I mean, for me, it's not necessarily that we're gonna just continue bearish with the XY, but at least for now we're looking like we're gonna sweep that. But I still think we're gonna continue bearish looking at this range. We do have this breaker, so I don't know. Let's see first. So the thing is here, where's my cursor? The thing is we already rated this buy side liquidity, so this is a strong high, strong supply. Switch in structure, this is really balanced. This part of range is really balanced, so it's really obvious that we're gonna draw towards this lows. We also have the lows. This is also slightly balanced. Might draw lower towards this level. Also inverse are fine. At this point it's pretty clear. We have really good FVG here that should hold price lower, so probably something like this, and then we'll see what happens after that. But at this point for me, I have really clear read can speak really clear read on price at this point. So really clear read on price at this point. We rated those highs, formed a strong high, strong supply got respected, while Asia high manipulated an internal high, then huge displacement lower, forming an optimal gap, Optimal gap to use towards drawn liquidity. Might draw lower than that because range is slightly balanced. But at this point, the XY is definitely, we're gonna use this PI to draw lower. It's, yeah, and we also have like a previous mitigation. Here's mitigate, like it's just so clear at this point that we're drawing lower. 50-minute, we don't need to basically use anything. I'm curious, is this a 4 hour as well? No, it's just a 1 hour. Okay, same with euro. Like we're gonna draw towards this back, and also range is really balanced, so most likely we're reaching towards this and this, the highs again. This looked, I mean, this looks just the same kind of this does, so we're gonna definitely be bullish. I mean, we just grabbed the external liquidity, which is this part of the range. This external liquidity, we also grabbed this, and now we're very likely to continue higher, because if we start breaking below the structure and start going towards the scalps, we're gonna be heavily bearish. And at this point, I still think we need to draw either this or this. So we do have 2 draws on liquidity here, but at least for now, we're pretty clear that we're gonna go higher. Like on the 4 hour, let's look at the 4 hour. We don't have like an exact inverse or something like that. We just have reinspection of 4 hour. Drawn liquidity got taken, so I'm gonna use this. All the drawn liquidity we had got taken, so at this point it's really likely that we're drawn higher. Gap is mitigated. We have buy side liquidity. We have a POI, internal POI to draw towards, so it's really clear that at least for today we're gonna draw towards that high. So that's gonna kind of be our buy. So drawn liquidity taken, massive reaction. This is lower time frame, like a fractal formation. Here, this is draw. We have so many drawn liquidities, and it's looking like a pretty strong formation. Strong fractal low. At this point, it's just clear that we're gonna go higher. In my opinion, this is our drawn liquidity. So overall, this area is our drawn liquidity. From here, we potentially go lower, but for us at this point, it's really clear that we're going lower. Oh, we're going higher. My bad. On euro. So same as the XY. Really strong formation on these lows. All the drawn liquidity is taken, so really high chance we start at least retracing towards that big gap, which is our general area for drawn liquidity. Sellers got rejected. Same idea. Sell side of the range balance by that wick, so easily very higher. Higher in my opinion. I also wanna mention one thing here. I wanna mention this higher time frame part. That this is good that we're respecting this in terms of bullish scenarios, because if we start breaking lower, it's good that we're respecting, because only here we have structure. Basically this is the last point of structure. So if we start breaking lower, we're gonna most likely gonna go heavily bearish. So we are respecting the last point of structure. If we start breaking below this, we are gonna heavily go bearish because of such a huge gap needing to be filled. Such a huge gap needed to be filled, and it's gonna be filled with aggressive price action. So just that I wanted to put out there. Now let's go to the 1 hour. Same idea, we have a gap here. I would want to see this gap stay. I mean, again, we have news, so I don't know if I want to trade, but this gap would most definitely hold price higher at this point. I mean, we don't even need to draw. I mean, kinda. Wait. Stop. Well, for me, even though this is a 4 hour gap, like it's really balanced. Like lower time frames here do offer us enough confluence that we're drawing higher, and I think we're drawing for the highs. I want to see something daily. Oh, we're probably drawing towards that, to be honest, towards the equal highs here. I forgot about the equal highs, to be honest. It's a really good formation we formed around this low. Yeah, boom, just temporary. Yeah, daily we're still looking bearish. We don't even have a daily gap. We have a 4-hour gap, but a 4-hour gap is useless, and it's bad because we see that it doesn't align with our with our other time frames. Gap. That's most likely gonna hold price higher from here. Again, price is really balanced. Price action. Draw liquidity. Like for me, it's simple. Like it's pretty clear that this will not be our only draw, even though it's a 4-hour gap. 1 hour shows us how balanced it is, especially since it has equal height. It's gonna be easy delivery towards those, then maybe react. So it's basically our PY. What model are we looking at here? Is like a trending Asia, like a late trending Asia, but we don't generally want to trade today. Like we have too many news to try and trade this. And it's, yeah, we fought a bit of the worries that we had here, but it's nothing. We don't really have a clear inverse necessarily neither. We had this, but yeah, for me it's still looking like it's drawing higher, so there's nothing to. And G was really way more impulsive, so G was very likely to reach towards those highs at this point. I mean, this is our draw on G. Still a chance to react. G was way more impulsive, and we actually shorted this pair. Okay, so let's see. G way stronger. Oops. So we have drawn liquidity taken here. Drawn liquidity taken. 1, 2, 2 huge reactions. Same thing, sellers rejected. This becomes our draw, but it looks weak. Drawn liquidity weak in terms of chance of offering a reaction. So let's go. Geo is way better for buys. Geo is way stronger, so way better for buys. We can see that by the reaction we got at this point. Really clear we are showing towards that range high. Drawn liquidity just as a safety measure will be the inverse, but very unlikely to offer a reaction by the size of it. So it's just like really clear we're drawing higher. Oh, it actually swept that low and went inverse and retested new week opening. Yeah, okay, this is actually pretty clean, but I have too many drawings on the chart, and I don't want to delete my orders. That's for sure, because I need to journal. So this will can be. I mean, oh, this is okay. I forgot. So let's see. But we're really clearly drawing higher. Like for me, I'm confident in drawing higher, and I'm gonna tell you exactly why. Because we had rated X here, new week opening gap, retested, break of structure, gap. This stays intact. This will be first draw, and this is gonna be our second draw. That is pretty clear. Draw equal highs plus bro, I'm pressing my pen by mistake for our inverse. I mean, it's so clear, bro. Especially this gives me a lot of confidence. Raid on low, new week opening gap is basically like a gap, like a normal gap. You got inverse retested and broke higher, so it's pretty clear which one higher. Really like the behavior on the lows. Raided the low, broke new week opening gap, retested it, held it as support to continue break higher. Good that we are not taking that New York high yet. Bonus draw. For our inverse is really good for our draw because it has equals why it's highly likely it's not gonna hold. Also look at price action, really balanced. So Geo is gonna be the best pair for us to buy. And sort of block looks good. We might see a sweep of the lows. We actually kind of might, and we also look how we retested. So this is really interesting. We had our drone liquidity, not only new week opening gap formed around perfectly here. We broke, we rejected sellers, broke again, retested. What did we retest? New week opening gap with this liquidity level. Look at the precision. So yeah, looking at this order block, we're very likely to see a reaction of here, and from here start trending towards the highs. But it's pretty clear. I'm just gonna mark this. Kind of expecting a retest of that. Week opening order block, it just looks good. And considering we have news, we might see a manipulation. For me, it just looks good. This order block, so we're gonna keep that in mind. Ooh, we took external, bro. Like, remember, I said on DXY, like this, like I don't know, like using 4 hour for our bias is so good. Like as soon as I saw this broke lower and saw this inverse, and especially retest here in respect, I said the draw is gonna be internal liquidity. External liquidity. Why? Because look at range is really balanced. So and I ended up playing out like this. Bias method works so many fucking times. I swear to God. I'm so grateful I actually got this method. I mean, I not got it necessarily, but it's external to external. Like external to external and a relatively decent area. We're mostly gonna draw towards this. It's not unlikely that we continue lower actually towards this other return, but yeah, it's weird because it can continue both ways. I don't even know if I wanna like study. So external to external is pretty clear at this point. External, so we know at least now we're gonna draw towards this drawn liquidity optimal POI. At least this also, this doji candle looks good. So it's very likely for AUD USD to stay bearish compared to the rest of the pairs, since it's also the weakest pair. I wonder if, oh wait, we can trade gold, but it's, yeah, external to external, classic scenarios, same as euro. At this point, same bias as the trifecta. We look to draw towards that POI, unlike Jew where we look to draw towards range high, and euro for a deep POI. USD has a high chance and so of still staying bearish, therefore we draw towards optimal POI. Let's see. Yeah, we have a really nice high here. I mean, here is not even about POIs here, even though this is balanced, it's more about the low. Yeah, I don't think I even need to draw on this. Here is not even about range being balanced. It's just we are way weaker. Good in those I mean, not good, like perfect in this one before RPI. RPI gets validated by that low to the left. High chance of holding for now. Again, likely we head higher, but we can clearly see how Asia's weaker than the rest. Like there's nothing much else to talk about AUDUSD. We just need to wait for price to come here. Maybe a new reversal might be actually decent here. I mean, gold is a bit weird. I'm not gonna lie. Gold is a bit weirdy. I'm probably gonna take a break. We have like 44 minutes. Do I have time to take a break? Probably yes. And actually, I mean, we're not really looking to trade London anyways. We have Euro and GBP news. So the Euro part we can trade like almost anything. But do I want to trade in this scenario? I think it's just better off to wait. Since we're one trade away from passing the phase one, I don't think I want to hurry and like I don't think I want to hurry and trade this. I think I just want to be patient. Like for now, there's no real setups that actually like scream at me to take a trade. This UK trade might be good though. Like with a gap here, looking to target at least this internal draw, but I think we're drawing lower actually. But extremely volatile pair, so we're just gonna be patient and see. I want to see Ethereum. Did Ethereum fail? No, it didn't. And I did want to buy here, and I didn't. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I am stupid. I bought here and I closed. I don't know why I didn't trust it. I don't trust. I don't know. I don't trust this price action. We'll see how it behaves at this level. This is kind of my key to investing, but I prefer trading, to be honest. I don't know, it makes you uncomfortable. How can we draw lower? Kinda looking like it, but I don't even know. Like even now, like it's still it's just Asia. That was extremely passive. We still gotta wait for some proper price action. If I'm not confident in the price action, I cannot really invest. Like we just had a gap, and as for now, we're still retractive, right? Just gotta wait. So for now, I'm gonna go take a small break to smoke, and after that, we're gonna finish our shit. Gold. It's a pretty high chance gold continues lower towards this week, to be honest. Considering we still have bearish POIs, I think we need to fight them before going lower. This is the thing about gold. For now, it's very short the flow, right? Bearish. Or the flow. So we're most likely gonna hold this lower towards at least retesting it. Retesting and failing. So that's probably what we're gonna expect from gold. Gold, since very short, the flow is still intact and we are fighting off for our VG, and still most likely gonna see a reaction lower to retest that huge wick, then maybe fail higher and start switching order flow. Most likely we're gonna use liquidity for a reaction here. Most likely gonna use liquidity for our reaction lower here. Here, since the gap is really big, but again, idea stays intact. So it's not much about gold. It's really likely we're gonna head lower. This gap looks decent here. Inverse. Should we demo this bitch? Are we demoing this bitch right here? Demoing this shit? Okay, but isn't it early? We don't care. We're him. We don't even need like a tighter stop loss than this. A bigger stop loss than this. We demoing this bitch. Nah, definitely not worthy to take on live. Also, GJ has a chance of reaction, but I would want to see a failed swing. Like, yeah, coming off a 4-hour PRI. Range is balanced on the 1 arm, but we still have this gap that needs to be invalidated. So definitely, yeah, we need to wait for some more structure. Okay, we came in this 4-hour one. I'm probably gonna see I mean, that's how I see it. So you can still most likely gonna see a reaction lower though. I mean, but there's, let's see, UK. UK, we are in a 4-hour gap in premium, so most likely still gonna see at least a reaction lower towards retesting that rejection block. It's not really much complicated. I'm a bit in a hurry. This order block looks really good, so now it's probably time to retest that order block. But do I want to be bullish before we invalidate that 4-hour? Again, maybe if we mitigate that order block first. Here we have that leftover good order block. I'm expecting to see a retest off. Depends on how price opens, but we also have good one order block price for FVG. Price will most likely hold higher from here for good bullish order flow. We'll mitigate it first. Retracement towards FVG, Asian low sweep, buys from there. I mean, this is my best bet. My best bet. It looks, that 1 hour looks decent. I mean, we are kind of confident in going higher though, so we're gonna see. I'm gonna monitor I'm gonna monitor that level. DXY also looks way stronger than UK. because such a bad pimple. What is this? Okay. I'm already like asleep half. Ethereum I wanna buy soon, but we gotta see. Like I could have bought here. I should have kept my buy, obviously, of this 4 hour gap here. But I don't know why I hesitated at first. But it still kind of looks. But to be honest, we did have this consolidation mitigation here and now initiation. So I don't know if we're gonna see a retest. But are we gonna just leave off that gap like straight off? Depends. But I'm still gonna be slightly more patient. Also, uh, we should see a sweep of this trend line. Doesn't look like a very solid range, so I think we're not wrong for not taking anybody yet. Is it worth studying DAX? That new week opening out, can we use that at a POI though? So now I think this looks like it's gonna fail. So now thinking in terms of setups, okay, I'm gonna just skip DAX because I'm too lazy to do this shit. Let's see. So what are our best bets today? What are our best probability scenarios? So GU Euro somewhere in the middle, so it's like this in terms of strength. So GU really can buy off here. But do I want to straight off just buy off trending Asia? Technically we can off this gap. So we're gonna see how we behave because we had a really good mitigation, but I don't know if I trust not seeing a sweep of those lows yet. Internal drawn liquidity. We're gonna watch like all of the euros already in that share. In terms of setups, AU definitely will stay for New York. Gold, even though yeah we cannot trade gold just yet. But we're gonna see. So gold, not really. GG, we wanna see a failed swing. If you wanna take some shorts here towards this. So we do wanna see a failed swing. And the spin looks kind of bullish, so I don't know. Not realistically any opportunities here. Looks like it's some kind of bullish. Technically we do have a 4 hour gap, but do I wanna just randomly short over that 4 hour gap? Probably not. I'm still gonna monitor how we behave. Gold looks like it's gonna hold that gap lower from here. But realistically, there's no real opportunities that we wanna take right now. And now I think best off we're just gonna wait for New York. I think that's our best goal. The goal definitely look like it's gonna work, but it's not a valid trade to be honest. Like our stop loss is actually here, so we have like 2 or good. For now, this is what we're dealing with. Have a decent demo trade. Bro, where's the layout? Stacks definitely. I don't think we should trade. Juice already opening up so impulsively for today's London. But this is our POI. I mean, it's a decent POI and like a trending this place. But we'll see. We do have some nice little sweepsy. Right now we do have POI aligning with all time frames. That's pretty good. Even though Euro looks like it's gonna go higher, it's just too risky of a setup for us to take. The XY for me is very clear that we're gonna go lower. We just swept that 1 hour gap here that was in the middle of its formation. So definitely looks like it's gonna break lower, but we do have news. Let's see. What time we have? 10:15. You can try like something like this, but again on the demo, like this is too risky to try and take on the live, on the funded. Maybe if your K breaks lower, we do have a 4 hour gap, but we do have this huge consolidation here. So maybe if we break below this and break below this low, that would be a pretty decent setup without even coming to that order block, because we don't need to come to that order block. But for now, Euro also has a pretty big gap here, so without seeing it disrespected, it's most likely gonna fail. We didn't take that high, did we? We didn't. Barely. Or did we? Not really. Huge reaction lower in the indices. We cannot like do it. Webcam got blocked or what happened? My webcam does this from time to time. Okay. Can't really do shit right now. Too many news today. Too many news, and we need. This is a real red flag London session. So we cannot trade it. Like it's just like too troll. This looks like an initiation rather than a. Looks like an initiation rather than a raid. Gold, I don't know, so for me still stays intact this idea. Just we might need a deeper pullback because this is how gold usually operates, but we do have this gap here that we just ended up holding. So it's up to price, but it's a demo trade, so it doesn't fucking matter. Demos are done for limit testing. See where the limits stop. We're just stalling for news at this point, and we're really such in a ping-pongy state where we have two POIs. So bias is really like confusing. It's such a bad pinpoint, bro. Yeah, so big. So yo, maybe you, but we don't want to trade like this. Definitely don't want to try trade. Heavy news like this. We're probably just better off just finishing what we started, which is our goals for the day. It's looking like GJ is failing the swing, but we need to see a closure below this for us to be confident taking shorts towards this. Yep, makes sense. I feel sleepy, bro. For now, it's not much, right? Not much. I need to go drink coffee, bro, because I'm too lazy. I cannot finish my work. So today, as I said, we don't really want to trade for London, but we do want to trade for New York if the opportunities present themselves. Other than that, I can see there's really like massive setups on our way, or but we need to wait for how we need to wait to see how newsprint today for London for us to be able to trade. Like it's too risky to try and trade otherwise. We'll see. I'm gonna go drink a coffee, then I'm gonna come back and attack my goals that we have for today. Still have to do one more journal on GBP, journal demo, and some studies I wanna do. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Nothing more. We'll see. Boom, 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 boom. But I need to drink a hell of fucking coffee. Coffee. Yes, that's such a bad pimple. Oh my god, and it hurts also. Wow, brain dead. I need some energy. I need some energy to pursue my goals. No. Need to be, there's two things I need to be more aggressive with. I need to be more aggressive with live streams, even though no one's watching right now. It will if I keep live streaming. So keep live streaming first of all, like every day, because I still record regardless. So what's the difference between recording and live streaming? I also need to do that. And live stream, be more aggressive with my videos. I need to start editing my videos. I need to start posting short form a bit more often with my live trades. You know, the classic, like the classic format of live trades with your webcam and your profit and token. That's what I want to do. The same format I go with my long form videos, like so long form, short form, my bad. Long form, short form. Leave it long form, short form, and also I need to start like brainstorming for my clothing brand. That's kind of the three main goals, and I need to be more aggressive with my workouts as well. So in general, being more aggressive with my goals. This is kind of what I plan on doing this week. This week, most likely, we're gonna pass phase one, at least. In the best case scenarios, we're gonna pass phase one and phase two. But it does depend on what the market's gonna be offering. Like for us to be able to do that and pass both, and also pass phase one, I need to not make the same mistakes I did previously. So let's talk a bit about that. So I have so many tabs open, it's confusing. Oh my god, it's confusing. Solo leveling manga, okay, not this. Yeah, I'm reading the solo leveling manga. So find the next. Are you gonna work? Gonna work. Apparently it's not, so I'm gonna come back after I after I drink a coffee. I'm talking alone right now, but it's not gonna be like that for a long time. We're almost at 100 subscribers. We need one more subscriber. Let's go. Please, someone subscribe to me, or I go kill myself. Okay? I go commit, die. I go commit, unalive. The news hit Euro apparently, I guess. No? It did. But still, nothing to trade, so we're most likely not gonna look to trade today. I just wanted to talk about a few things, right? I just wanted to talk about a few things, but why doesn't FunderNext work, bruh? Okay, so, let me pour some water. Water. So first of all, there's no downside to me live streaming. Like I need to live stream every single day because why? Because first of all, it exposes me to people, and that's what I want to see. I want to see growth. So there's absolutely no downside for me to be live streaming because I'm here every day regardless. So while I live stream, I'll still enjoy talking to some people, right? Um, I need to be more aggressive with my goals. First of all, I need to live stream every single day, and I need to post a bit more aggressively. My social media, right, including my obviously my YouTube will automatically grow. So first layout for videos, one short. So I want to do kind of one short per day regardless because I think it's possible. Would want to have clippers, but it's too early to have clippers. Vision for brand. These are kind of my goals for today. So let's see. I want to talk about a bit about my equity curve. Right now, we're sitting on. Come on, FunderNext. Come on, bro. Why are you so slow, bro? Why are you so slow? Why the fuck are you so slow? Jesus. 35 win rate. Barely profitable, but that's not the point. So I wanted to clip this and talk a bit about the equity curve. Because we've been trading for 6 months. This account and its progress, but we gotta find a way to be profitable. And it's pretty fine that right now we see my equity curve consistently going higher, forming bullish structure, which is a good sign because what does this mean? Profitability. So we are in the same area we were here, right? We have to figure out what did we do wrong in this area for us to go like this and not pass the account instead of, yeah, for us to go bearish and for us to go break even like we did here. This is a mini break even area and this is a huge losing streak. So we gotta figure out our mistakes for us because we are in the same place we were here, right, to the left. So we gotta not do the same mistakes we did here for us to be able to actually pass the account. So it's not a matter of changing, it's not a matter of, I don't know, getting more wins or doing stuff like that. It's a matter of not doing the same mistakes. So you have to understand what was my issue around here. So we're gonna talk first. So first of all, with psychology, like it always has been psychology because my technical skill is more than enough to be profitable. So what actually kept me back was psychology in this area. So we gotta think about why. So first of all was forcing trades. It was, and we also have to understand why I was forcing this trade. Forcing trades. That was basically all closing winners. These are kind of my only two psychological mistakes right now. Closing winners are closing early. We have to understand why are those two issues happening, why are those two mistakes happening. They all come down to focusing on results. This is what it comes down to, regardless of what every psychological issue in trading comes down to focusing on results. Everyone either be over leveraging. Why are you over leveraging? Because you want to make more money than it's normal to. Why are you do that? Because you're focusing on the results. So why are you, let's say, closing early because you are scared to lose. Why are you scared to lose? Because you're focusing on results. So let's say, why are you hesitating to enter a trade? Because you're scared to lose. Why are you scared to lose? Because you're focusing on results. Like every psychological issue ever comes down to results, because your mindset is not where it's supposed to be, right? Why are you over trading? Because you want to make back the money you lost. Why is that happening? Because you're focusing on results. It all comes down to results. Every psychological mistake you make comes down to results, because you're focused on results. So are you gonna close early if you focus on the process, and if you look at the chart instead of looking at results? You're not gonna close early. So every single one of these mistakes are gonna be solved if you focus on the process. So it's a very simple, in its core, it's a very simple way to solve all of these issues. Just be focused on the process, on being better, right? So let me, because the equity curve is not really useful right now. I just want to, like, a blank sheet of paper, like, I don't know, something where I can draw. So let's go like this. So it's kind of big, but it's okay. So focusing on the process. What does this mean? It means focusing on improvement. What is the chart telling you? Timeless based mindset. So this is, it's simple at its core, bro. Like, all you gotta do to be profitable and to stop getting in the way of you turning profitable is focusing on the process. Because we have to understand one key thing here. Psychology is the basis, is the foundation of your trading. This is psychology. Is the basis of our trading. After psychology, there's two things that come in. There comes in your edge and your experience. That both combined result in you being profitable. So as a beginner, what you need to do is grow your edge until your edge is able to be actually profitable. So how do I put this actually? Why doesn't it let me move? Hello? Okay. So if your psychology is bad, it will influence how you apply your edge, and it will influence your experience, because you're not going to be able to use your experience if your psychology is bad, right? So psychology is indeed the foundation of your trading, because how you, and I don't know how to put it simply, for you to be profitable, you need to be able to apply your edge consistently. And how are you gonna apply your edge consistently if you have no emotions? Because what emotions do is interfere with how you're gonna apply your edge. Emotions are gonna interfere with you with you closing a trade early that you should have held, with you over leveraging, with you over trading, regardless if they are not present in your edge. So psychology is the foundation, but it's more lack of emotions. That is actually psychology in trading. It's a lack of emotion, and it's a proper mindset. So what psychology in its core is having no emotions or not letting emotions dictate your decisions, is having a focus, a process based mindset, and a timeless mindset. This is what psychology is. It's nothing more complicated than that. What we struggle with is having no emotions or not letting emotions dictate our decisions, because us, from a standpoint of being human, we're gonna have emotions because we have some beliefs that are not about money, that are not letting us um, apply our edge consistently, right? When we see profits running up and down. We see profits running up and down. That what makes us emotional. We see price going a bit deeper into drawdown, and that makes us what, close the trade. We have emotions, right? It's just a matter of not letting them influence our decisions, or reaching a point where we not let emotions dictate our decisions. So this is in the end what psychology is. What the foundation for trading is: having no emotions, or not really having no emotions, not letting emotions dictate your decisions, not letting price pulling deep in your drawdown let you dictate your decisions to close the trade, not letting price reversing right before your TP gets hit make you close the trade or get angry, because all of those emotions, what are emotions gonna do is gonna stop us from consistently applying our edge and our experience. So this is in this core, it's way more simpler. What we struggle with is having no emotions, right? Building this no emotions state of mind, where seeing profits run up and down in your profit, not causing us any emotions. What we struggle with is not over trading after we take a loss on the day. What we struggle with is not closing the trade early when we see a deeper pullback into our stop loss. All of this, we have to do it, because it's not gonna be there's no other way. So how we do it is by consistently experiencing it, experiencing those emotions, and not doing anything to not letting them dictate our decisions. So it's a matter of experience. Actually, it's hard for me to explain. So at the end, it's a matter of experience, because the good psychology, or having no emotions, is learned through experience and repetition, right? Through experience and repetition. But it all comes down to this, because what this does, right? Not having emotions, having a process based mindset, and having a timeless mindset is going to allow us to consistently apply our edge. What did I do wrong here? Where's my founder next? What did I do wrong here? I was too focused on results. Therefore, I had some emotions coming in, which were uh, preventing me from consistently applying my edge, and then I went on a losing streak. So it all comes down still to these three. These are the three pillars of psychology that I need to have. So we talked about no emotions, because emotions prevent you from consistently applying your edge. What is the process-based mindset gonna do is take your focus away from the results. Therefore, there's not gonna be emotions arising. So you have to understand that every time emotions arise. Why do emotion arise? Because our focus is on the results. They trigger emotions. What emotions gonna do affect our edge. So it all comes down to the basis. If your focus is gonna strictly be on the process, there's not gonna be any emotions arising. Therefore, you can apply your edge. So not only we have to understand what is the key thing in psychology that affects us, which is emotions. And then we have to understand the root cause that causes those emotions. And the root cause is where our focus is. If we switch, we cannot get rid of emotions. It's impossible to get rid of them. But we can get rid of the thing that's causing them to appear in the first place. So I'm gonna repeat this once more time. I'm gonna actually do this. Let me actually delete everything. So what is the biggest part? What is our biggest issue as trader? What is preventing us most of the time from being profitable, considering that we have a good edge and we have enough experience to be profitable? It's gonna be emotions. Why? Because emotions will affect how you apply your edge. Take emotional decisions, which in the end are gonna make you unprofitable. Now, so obviously, how do we fix this? How do we fix taking emotional decisions? Where it's simple, just get rid of the emotions. But we cannot do that. We cannot get rid of the emotions. Why? Because we do not understand what the root cause is. So for us to be able to, come on, bro. So for us to be able to get rid of emotions, we have to understand the root cause. What does trigger those emotions? Because every emotion has a trigger, right? You're getting anxious when you're looking in the mirror and you see yourself that you're fat. That what is the trigger? You look in the mirror. You get sad or you get jealous when your girlfriend tells you she's going out with another boy. What is the trigger of you feeling jealous and triggering that emotion? What is causing you to be jealous? Your girl telling you that she's going out with another boy. So every emotion has a trigger. In trading, what is the trigger? What does cause us emotion? It's results. Come on. Results. This is the trigger for our emotions. We are focused on results. And focusing on results is triggering us emotions, which again will cause you to be unprofitable. So it's a simple thing. What we have to do is get rid of our awareness or our focus. Because every emotion we have as a trigger is getting triggered by us focusing on results. Why do we over leverage? Because we want to make more money. Why do we want to make more money? Because we're focused on results. Why are we over trading? Because we want to make up a loss that we took on the day. Why is that happening? Because we are focused on results. Everything comes back to focusing on results, because those are triggering emotions and those are triggering us to be unprofitable. So the key thing here is, how do we fix this? Is we just change our mindset, we change our focus. Where should we focus? On the process. If we focus on the process, there's not gonna be emotions. And what is this gonna do? Allow you to consistently apply your edge and therefore be profitable. So a lot of traders talk about this, that the process is, focusing on the process is really important, but it's the foundation of psychology. Like, this is the only thing you have to do for you to have a good psychology, for you to turn profitable, considering you have an edge in the market. Like, if you're gonna be focused on the process, you're not gonna have emotions stirring up, therefore they're not gonna affect your decision and turn you unprofitable. So it all comes down to you focusing on the process. And now you understand why this is huge. Because every trader says focus on the process, not on the results, but no one tells you why. Well, why? Because focusing on the results is going to trigger emotions, and emotions are going to affect your trading, therefore turn you unprofitable. Focusing on the process will take emotions away, therefore you can consistently apply your edge and be profitable. This is why focusing on results, on the process matters. Because in the end, psychology is the foundation. If you have a bad foundation and if you have emotions, they're gonna inevitably affect your edge. And regardless of how much experience you have, if you have emotions present, they're gonna turn you unprofitable in some sort of way. Even if you're 50 years in, emotions are gonna affect your trading. If you have emotions present while you're trading, it's inevitable for them to affect your trading, therefore make you unprofitable. Emotions never help you take good decisions. So what you have to do is eliminate those emotions. How do you eliminate them? By focusing on the process. This is what I felt recently in my trading, right? I was focused on the results in the period of time where I was really emotional. I was closing bad trades and so on, but in some way, I started focusing on the process a lot, and there were no emotions arising, right? So this is a perfect example of a trade right here, the one that we had on GEO. So I'm gonna give an example now as well. So here, right, we were 1 pip away from my take profit, 1 pip, and then price started consolidating the fuck out of, right, the fuck started hella consolidating. And guess what? I didn't have any emotions in this, even though I was watching every candle of this price action. I was not emotional. Why? Because I was focusing on the process. If I were focusing on results, I would be scared of losing or of price reversing, and guess what I would have done? Close the trade in here. Look how close it got to my stop loss, but I still held the trade. I didn't do anything. Because why? Because I was focusing on the process and looking at price instead of looking at profits. Because I could have been here, I was almost 2%, then price started reversing, and I could have been, oh my god, I should close at a 0.5, because I don't want a price to reverse, because I'm focused on the results, and then I don't want to lose on this trade. And then I would have closed at a 0.5 and price would have ended up tanking to my TP, right? This is what focusing on the process does, because if I focus on the process, I focus on what price is telling me. Do I need to close the trade? The chart tells me no, so I didn't close the trade, and it ended up being a good choice because I made like 3% in this trade. This is the perfect case where previously I would have got emotional, especially after this, bro. Like after price is so close to your take profit, it's almost impossible to not get emotional if you focus on the results. But if you focus on the process, there's not gonna be any emotions stirring within you, and that was that gonna make you take the best decision. Because you need to focus on what the chart is telling you, not on any other thing. Not on any other thing like making profit-based decisions. Because if you think, oh my god, I was almost 2% here, oh my god, I need to close, bro. Like I don't want to give all the profit back. I've been on this trade for so long, I cannot give that profit back now. That's not how you think. You need to focus on the process, because you focusing on what the chart is telling you, which is the process, will make you not take emotional decisions, and it will, because you focusing on the chart and what the chart is telling you will prevent emotions from arising. Then they will prevent emotions from dictating your decisions and you closing a trade early. Because previously this was a perfect example where I would have closed early because my focus was on the results, and I would have been scared to lose after sitting so much in a trade and price reversing before hitting my TP. This is the perfect example, and I had no emotions because my focus was on what the chart is telling me. So this is what I want to talk about. Psychology. This is why focusing on the process matters, regardless compared to focusing on the results. because focusing on results will stir up emotions, and emotions will make you be unprofitable because they will affect your decisions regardless. If you focus on the process, there's not going to be any emotions arising or waking up within you, therefore they will make you consistently apply your edge. This is why focusing on the process actually matters, right? Because this is a perfect example of what I would have closed 10 times over. 10 times over. Why did I close early? Previously, no, all I closed like 6 winners, 6 full TP winners. Why? Because of something like the soft price coming here, and I was too scared to lose because I was focusing on the results, and being too scared to lose made me close early instead of hitting closing at a minus 0.5. And right after I close, price tanked towards my TP. Like, that's not what I want to do things, and that's gonna prevent you. And that's the issue I've been doing, because I've been too focused on results and having a deadline for my trading, which is not what you're supposed to do. Not have deadlines, because I explained this previously also. What deadlines do. Let me delete this shit. Do not set deadlines in trading. They're gonna kill your edge. Why? Deadlines are setting deadlines are setting an expectation of certain results. You winning, you passing an account, you getting funded. What is this actually doing? You can clearly see what it's doing. This is putting your focus on the results. What is this gonna do? Stir up emotions within you, and those emotions will affect your trading and turn you unprofitable. This is why deadlines are killing your trading, because they're putting your focus on the results. Those are going to stir up emotion, and those are going to affect you applying your edge. Is the root cause of having a mindset on the results. That's why you do not need to have a deadline, because we don't know. Because obviously, what deadlines do is set a certain having this expectation of certain results. You're going to be afraid to lose, because you're afraid to not to let yourself down and not achieve those results. You're gonna be afraid to lose. What is that afraidness, that fear gonna do? Is gonna make you close trades early. It's gonna make you hesitate. It's gonna make you over leverage. It's gonna make you all of those things because of fear, and the fear is caused by setting a deadline. So just understand the root cause and why deadlines are really bad in trading. No one really explained this, but they are putting your focus on the results, and this is the worst thing you can do as a trader, because focusing on results will cause emotions to stir up within you, and those emotions, regardless of how much experience you have in the market, are going to affect your trading to the worst. So give up deadlines and focus on the process. Have a timeless mindset. No matter when you're going to pass a challenge, you're going to do it. Do not be focused on the process. Do not be, oh my god, I'm so stupid. This is why deadlines kill your trading. They put your focus on the results instead of the process. For you to get rid of the focus on the results, you have to get rid of deadlines. You have to still stay focused on the process regardless of time. Trading is an uncertain space. It's a space where you cannot know and cannot expect a certain level of results. Just focus on the process with a timeless mindset. No matter of how much time it's gonna take, do not think about time at all. So let's see. As I said, we're not gonna trade for today, but we vision for brands, so we know geo trade and shorts. I don't know, two shorts psychology from this recording specifically. I don't know if I'm gonna do today, but I think this is a good idea. Not all my shorts should be like, how do I explain, like live trades. Like they can also be content I talked about. Don't ask me what that was, okay? Totally did not fart. So let's start getting on and tackling at least a bit of our layout for this is for YouTube, basically vision for brand. So let's start tackling our tasks because we do not really look like we're gonna have some trades today. So we gotta tackle. This was a delayed trending Asia when result when. So let's start tackling. So I know that we had this 4 hour and we had drawn liquidity, obvious drawn liquidity, some internal draw here, and we basically were like this, no? Yeah, like this. So my idea for this train, oh, what am I writing when I'm brain dead? So we still had drawn liquidity intact, drawn liquidity, higher time frame. We had a kind of successful closure below this low closure. POI. So it's a pretty clear idea of basically what I was looking at to draw lower. And wait. We also have a pretty solid vein. This was our market structure shift. Oops. This our market structure shift basically, and it's overall really a really clear idea here. It's nothing like overcomplicated what I had on this trade. So our time frame was really clear. We had an inverse after range high, market structure shift, closure below first draw, indication of going towards second, 4 hour POI, perfect for us to trade off of towards next drawn liquidity hard time frame. Like it's nothing complicated, like it just was kind of textbook. Let's see. So yeah, this is just textbook to be honest. Like this trade was textbook, it just took a while to play out. Where our PI gets refined. Like this. This is really balanced structure, balanced. No need to come deeper. Perfect POI, 1 hour, close below, close. So it's basically just simple trending Asia basically. Delayed trending Asia, price Asia left of the overdue we had marked previous day. Really balanced structure, so no need to see an Asia open rate. Really good big 1 hour FEG at equilibrium of Asia, closure below internal draws, again indication of lower prices, a London slow retracement, perfect profile for a sweep into our POI. RPY refinement. This is important. RPY was present on all time frames. POI refinement. So we had a POI present on all time. 50-minute. Again, this are endorsement, raid, target the low, internal draw. So it's just the classic profile for this model. Classic profile for our model. What was really good is that 50-minute, 1 hour, and 4 hour were refined and overlapped for our POI. Really high indications of quality POI. Also SMT on the lows, indicating weaker price action compared to Euro USD. Entry. Let's remove the drawings. Let's show the drawings actually. So I'm gonna for the inverse, and basically we entered on that gap. It was a really clean trade, the one that we had. So inverse entry, close, leg, yeah, leg, close below. So this is really good behavior in all of terms. So this is the 4 hour, really good behavior, break even because liquidity, and this was also like could have offered a reaction, which it ended up doing. We're gonna show a bit here. Fractal, that's why it reacted here basically. Entry was really clean behavior overall. Worst, the London highs that built buy side liquidity before the POI. As soon as we grab it, we inverse a bullish gap. Even though not overlap, we had a bearish FVG print lower. This was everything we needed. Entered on the bearish gap since classic behavior. When two FVG and inverse are misaligned, price tends to mitigate the one closer to price. Was a bit of a resistance on the way, that's why I marked break even on equal lows before a gap, and Asian lows ended up causing a retracement before TP got hit. So also I'm gonna do scaling, because scaling was pretty important as well. Our scaling was off for the 1 minute actually. But we came deeper actually. We came for this. I mean, we kind of had a delayed model. Delayed model. I didn't even realize that we had a delay brulee. So I think it's better off to just do it like this. Wait, did we have like a 5 minute or something? 5 minute order block? I think we had a 30-minute FVG. Yeah, I remember. Wait, where am I looking? Bro, where am I looking? Oh my god, it went so much back. Scaling was done on the 30-minute FVG basically. Scaling was done of a 30-minute FVG. 30-minute FVG. stacked leg, low relevance reaction. So we don't need more than that. Now we gotta go on the 1 minute. So we take our scale, and basically I saw first inverse, then I saw this second inverse, entry. Entry was taken on the 1 minute because I thought that 2 inverses are enough signs for us to take shorts lower, which, yeah, it was a good choice. We had that initial inverse, buyers getting rejected of bullish gap, then price printed lower, forming a gap, really similar entry to previous GWOO trade, except it's on the 1 minute. Entry was good, but price ended up consolidating. Basically, stop loss was really good here. Stop loss was really good at a really well thought, very well protected high. The supply formed around that 30-minute inverse. I'm curious if 30-minute FVG target the higher time frame with the scaling, and my initial entry targeting London lows. Textbook trade for me. Really well. Really learned from my mistakes. Didn't get emotional, just looked at the process. Learned a lot from previous journal. Focusing on the process really made me not have any emotions arise, not scared of reversal, not scared of anything that would have made me to make a bad decision. Just looked at price, and price told me trade stays intact. What did I do right? Maybe I kind of everything, to be honest. Everything, especially psychology today. Psychology, because it was purely focused on the process. What did I do wrong? Maybe slightly eager scaling. Let's see. Let me see if I can delete this. And can I remove someone drawing? Jesus Christ, I can barely understand. But we wouldn't really have any scaling opportunity though. But this is kind of 10 out of 10 performance. I haven't had days like this in a long time. Oh, I'm stupid. Wait, didn't close below respected why you do this to me? Why you do this to me? Maybe slightly eager scaling, but still, because 3 minute didn't close below, didn't inverse, because body barely closed below a 3-minute bullish gap and respected the one more down to price. So technically this is a really bullish sign, but overall, even though this happened on the 3-minute, I don't think the entry was wrong, but I held a lot of meaning regardless of 3-minute. In this case, 1-minute scaling was good, which I rarely do. No other opportunity compared to this. I'm curious if it were something on the 1-minute, but and this big consolidation, were there any other maybe, but still would have gotten destroyed. But it's kind of the same. Like here, would have held more confluence. The swing failed. And I think we would have gotten more R. So yeah, slide scaling error. So scaling in here, because even though we had this, so this is that 3-minute, and here we failed. We formed a lower high of this gap, and then we inverse. So this is best entry. Technically, would offer better. This would have been the best opportunity because we would have gotten that extra influence of that 3-minute bullish FVG failing a swing and creating a lower high. So overall, this was the best. Best to scale in, better R, better everything. So basically we would have scaled in like this and it would have offered us like a 3R. Yeah, so that was butter. Yeah, this is really similar. Do I still have it here? Okay, I do. Oops, I didn't want to go that back. I want to see. Ooh, what a massive sell-off. Jesus. We got off that order block, so I ended up being that order block being stronger, ended up being a good choice. But I still don't want to look for souls until I see some more confirmation of this. Euro looks like a bullish continuation. Bullish. Bullish. Also, this looks good. Looks like it's gonna continue lower, but it's really bad stop loss, even if it will. Gold doing shit, just prints out bullish after getting stopped us out, which was expected. What is this line? It's a 4-hour, 50-minute, 30-minute, 50-minute. Okay, it made sense because it was that low. This actually made sense, but it's a really hard scenario to try and trade in because the gap being so big. Yeah, The inverse looks good. This inverse right here. Maybe. And we had that classic pre-London. Yeah, but it still was like a really hard scenario to try and trade here. We had that. Ooh, why did I have a feeling that today this is gonna happen again? Like I don't do an analysis on that, but again, that 4 hour didn't get reached. So maybe if that 4 hour would have gotten reached, did the reach this low though? Kind of makes sense, but I don't think it's a scenario I necessarily want to trade in. Looks good for a continuation though for New York of this order block to continue, but I want to see a stronger close. I want to kind of see a close below this, see continuation, and from here we just look to target the lows because this 4 hour doesn't look like it's gonna hold. Yeah. Yeah, yay sir. Yay sir. Okay, let's see. I wanted to look at the entry we had on this Chivo trade. Boo 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 boo. Yeah, but see the difference. It's really similar. How can I do this? It's really similar, but we had way more gaps here where price ended up being in. It didn't really have that gap, so it was smarter to wait for a lower high failure because of that gap we had. So comparing these two columns, do this and I want to do initial entry. It's very similar. It was very similar press action to the trade we got on on yesterday, Gio. Why this one was worse? It's because this had way more bullish gaps, and Gio didn't. Gio's second had one gap that it fully closed below. Just a matter of improvement and knowing that next time it will most likely be better to wait for that lower high to form. Yeah, I mean that's kind of it for the lower high to form, and I'm gonna copy this again. A form, why? Because of the 3-minute gap of where price fell of the 3-minute bullish gap and chance of going higher. Ooh, I mean, it is. I think that's kind of it for a journal. Like, I'm actually not gonna do a 10. Sadly, I cannot do a 10, but I'm gonna do a 9.9 this trade. 9.9. Also, what I did good was not care about GU. But is it really worth it? So I could have, considering the targeting here. So also we should considering the target here. I need to talk about this as well. Considering the targeting and risk size. First position had a risk size of 1%. Second 0.3 good. Is targeting wrong? Well, seeing that Jew was very likely very stronger and lacked volatility. It's actually a pretty bad choice. I think what drove me to this decision was being in the previous day where New York didn't have momentum to print and reacted off London lows. But this case is way different because London didn't displace hard lower, it retraced, so volatility should have been present. Especially for Friday, most likely we would have reached into that strong liquidity before weekends. It's a slight mistake. Like this should have been it, like 3.3R. And leave this to 5. Yeah, this would have been it. This should have been it. This should have been it. This should have been it. I shouldn't have changed my decision. Main position left on final hard time control and scaling towards 5RR. If I would have done this, this would have been optimal and right. No grade, it just made sense in terms of probabilities. Potential partials should have respected the plan. If it would have stayed like that, I wouldn't even have think for a partial. Price would have just melted towards TP. Just previous day affecting my decisions. Yeah, this would have been better. No, I have to go exit my this. Imagine pulling this off like that, because I was too confident in high time frame control liquidity. But the thing is, why I had my first initial TP here, then I moved it here because I was scared of reversal. Basically, I mean, not scared of, I mean, kind of scared of reversal, to be honest. But we should have expected something like this. So leave my main TP at 3R and leave a scaling run. But it's a really small thing. Like usually I don't think it's wrong for me to do this. But in a case like this, we had 2 targets. I mean, it's not necessarily that bad, but since we were so close to like draw liquidity like 10 pips away, it should have monitored this level and take off instead of full take profit. Or maybe take some partials at least, so have 3 targets. 5 target is kind of, this last target is kind of imaginary, but it is kind of, I mean, it could have not been imaginary if we would have used this. Yeah, so it's not that bad because we had we had two targets. One was London lows. This is basically 2R and 3R. I think I wrote something in my playbook with my partial protocol or exit protocol, my bad. Study. So we could pose this. So if 3RR is a clear target and 2R has no objective, hold to do 3RR. I mean, basically had a target, but it was lower time frame. I mean, yeah, higher time frame just had too clear of a target for me to full take profit. I should have monitored, not fully closed. So in this case, yeah, I should have monitored, but it's a really small mistake. Like, it doesn't matter that much. It doesn't really matter that much, but it would have been able to maximize more profit compared to this. I think I made like 3% in total. So entry was inversion. Entry time 35, 1435, risk 1.3, RR, how do I say this, like 2 and 2.6. I said 2.3, make a medium, like 2.3. Potential R would have been way bigger, like 5. Gain 3%, so instead I would have made like way more. Intuition, I really like this trade, that's why I should have let it run. It's a mistake, really small. Scaling, I would say really small. And not targeting, take. Don't I have like a take profit, like targeting? I would just say targeting. Day was a Friday, position was sell, trend was pro. Duration, it took a bit, but generally to hit my second target, 3 hours to 10 minutes, like usually my medium, like 3 hours and 10 minutes. 3 hours and 10 minutes, but it's a really small mistake. I'm not mad at it. I'm not gonna be mad at something so stupid. None. We had a low probability day Friday. Okay. So we had 2 targets, right? 2 RR and 3 RR. 3 RR, my bad. 2 RR was internal target. 3 RR was hard time for Joel. In this case, what should have been the best case scenario, best management. 2 RR potential. I wrote this, monitor for reaction. 3 RR full TP, main position, full TP main position, and partial partial scaling 5 RR leave runner, no target, partial like 70. Yeah, this would have been potential, maybe break even, maybe also potential break even. This would have been the best way to manage this trade, like regardless of how we're looking here. So this should have been either potential, I mean, I wrote potential partial, I shouldn't have any reason to close, but I thought since I have the runner, because we had an internal target and an internal target and a internal, so like lower time frame. So yeah, this would have been the best way. So even though we were like this, so even though I did a really good job and the trade is still a slight improvement, this is why I'm this good at trading, because even though I did a good job, there doesn't mean that uh, there's nothing to improve, right? Why I should have taken this as a potential partial is, first of all, because we had such a clear high time frame draw here, and it was only 10 pips away, so it was very, very likely for us to reach into that, especially since we created more liquidity here. But what I was looking at, instead of creating more liquidity here and expecting a huge displacement, is I was getting scared of a reversal here, but we displaced hard, so this should have stayed a monitor. In case we react of it, I'm gonna take some partials and go break even. Right here. Yeah, that would have been the best choice, and our main target should have still stayed this low. Even for our scaling main target for our main position full TP. So here you have my full TP at 3%. And the scaling I would have closed like 300, so I would have closed like 0.5, 0.5. Oh, my bad, like 1%. Wait. This was more like 3R, like I think it was like this. Like if I close like 80, so I would have closed like 0.8 and leave 0.2. I don't know. I would have made such a big difference. But I would have made like, I don't think I would have passed the account. I don't know why my trading view is bugging. I think because of the pen. Yeah. So, even if I leave it to full 5R, 0.3 times 5 is 1.5, but I still wouldn't have passed. Yeah, I still wouldn't have passed. Yeah, but I would have made more profit. So in this case, passing the account would have really made a difference. It's just that maximizing better profit. So when trading live, it matters because you're essentially making more money. So you're making like around 1.1% to 1.5 more percent if I would have targeted properly, like the best way, like this. I would have made another like 1.5%, which is like $700. So it's still money. That's why I think it matters. But other than that, it's a really good trade. Like I really made some really small mistakes here. Let's see. I think it's since the UK, the GU trade, this one was 975. I would still consider this being a bit higher, like 9, 8. Yeah, that's basically it. I cannot fully fill that gap, but do we want to trade? We do have kind of market structure shift here. Pretty decent break higher, but I feel like it's gonna fail. I don't think I necessarily want to kind of force a trade right now. GU, I think GU has news at 12, no? Oh, it had at 11:30. Bro, it's all of volatility news. These news basically didn't do shit. But GU, I would have still wanted to see that trade. This is good for a potential continuation, maybe. But I don't know if I would technically trust this. 1.3. And it's also we don't want to choose the weakest pair. And I'm not really, I don't know if I want to necessarily trade. We technically do have a market structure shift. We technically do have an inverse. But we do have, and we're choosing the weaker pair. So I don't know if I want to do that. It's a clear SMT here on the, oh. Yeah, on the lows, it's a clear difference in strength. Euro's way weaker. But we do have 1 hour gap. That's for certain. Oops, this is the 1 hour gap since it kind of got filled. We are rejecting pretty heavily. Bro, stop, bro. All that goofy ass shit. But it looks pro. Nah, you know what? I'm not confident in this. Like, I want to take a confident trade. Like, regardless if it works, I don't know. The market structures. mm, I just don't know. I don't like this. Maybe on the demo, yes, but like, I don't think I want to trade something like this. I don't want this to be the trade I'm taking to pass the account, to be honest. With the market, sure, but not willing to trade it. The gap looks good, sure, but I don't know why I'm hesitating. I just don't like it. I don't like how, for me, I think those lows are just too prone to get manipulated again. That's kind of what I feel like. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm hesitating for no reason. Like, I wouldn't, there's no reason to hesitate, right? There's no reason to hesitate unless I do not like a trade. And this, I do not like how lower time frame looks. I still think it's way too prone to reverse again. I don't know, I just don't trust it. It's a pretty bad hour. First of all, targeting, we're not really clear in targeting higher because you'll have a big 4 hour gap. It's not really that clear. Yeah, it's just not it. Bullish structure isn't yet fully confirmed. We do have a really strong bias on the XY, but I don't know why I don't trust it. And we do have a pretty clear inverse here on the XY. The XY does look like it's heading lower, but I don't know. I'm just gonna be patient, wait for my setup. I don't see it. It's also kind of closing that. It might still work, but rate on liquidity here, consolidation, big gap, market structure shift. But I just don't trust it. I don't know why. I'm gonna listen to my intuition without regretting this. Like, there's gonna be way better trades than this. I don't want to take a trade I'm not confident in. Oh my god, bro. Yuki melted. Ooh, Dex already retesting that order block. Said we kind of do like a proper like, I don't know, market structure. That looks really good. But we're exactly in that new day opening gap, so I don't think it's a very high chance of reacting. And also we do have this gap, so I don't know this neither. I can't say I really trust it. If I don't trust a trade, I'm not gonna take it. I want to take setups that I'm highly confident in when I have a clear indication of prices in my favor. Like, for me, these trades are not clear indication. Like, they're worthy of demo, but they're not worthy of live. And euros inversing. Like, see, bro, why I say this? Like, I just didn't trust it. My intuition is there for a reason, right? When my intuition likes a trade, that's what I'm gonna take it. Like how was with the Geo. This is like, my intuition likes this sort of block, likes this mitigation. But what it doesn't really like is that we're exactly new week opening gap, and that London's rage isn't really that impulsive. So this is a bit more worthy than Euro, in my opinion. Euro looks like it's gonna be bearish, but the thing is, we're overextended and we don't really have structure. And when is the 5 minute gonna close? I don't know. It's late. It's kind of bound to retrace. We don't what I mean by structure is that we just continually went lower. So I do want to see a bigger retracement, a sweep of something, then usually trade like this unless I'm really confident in really bias in general, and taking like a trade like this, like it happened on Euro. We took trades like this when we were really overextended, but then it made sense. Like now it still doesn't really make that much sense to me. We are in a 4-hour gap, remember, so we're essentially, yeah, shorting towards that 4-hour gap maybe, but still it's a very high risk for us to continue bullish structure off here, and it's exactly in equilibrium prices. Yeah, that's why I don't really trust this neither. So I'm not gonna force any trades. I'm gonna be patient. Be patient, Tino. Regardless of what happens, this is a worthy of demo, but now not even close to worthy of regular. Not worthy at all. So GPU is a journal. I'm still maybe gonna do the demo trades, I think. But I kind of want to sleep also. Oh my god, I have a lot of work to do today, but I'm hyped. I want to do work. Honestly, because I'm extremely tired and I want to sleep in time for me to wake up before New York can be prepped. So that's kind of. We're probably gonna take a break. Like regardless, I'm gonna keep the live running. We've been live for 3 hours. I'm gonna keep the live running regardless. Where's my YouTube? Is it public? Because no one can. Let's see. I think it is public, no? Where's my continuing live? Because I'm not sure if it's public. Maybe I did. Yeah, it is. I had views apparently, but I didn't see it. I didn't motherfucking see that shit. Oop. Now we're just gonna take a big fucking nap, wake up, be ready for New York, and then we're gonna tackle our goals. Oh my god, it looks hard, like it's gonna fail off the bearish gap. I mean, it kinda did respect the bullish one also, but not really my type. Let's just go for 2R just for fun. Okay, it's looking like it's rejecting. I just didn't trust it, regardless, and I don't think I'm wrong for that. Like, sure, it already liquidity, that's why can it make sense not to come back here. But still, I would have preferred to bite you. I'm not really willing to choose the worst pair once again. Sure, good trending Asia, good kinda, yeah, we're pretty clear to draw here. And I don't know. Just isn't it for me. Looks like likely to fail once again and leave barely for New York, so for me not it. But we do have some potential. Ooh. Some limit is basically exactly what it needs to be. But also this I think is gonna fail. Like most of the time with demos, I'm actually trading trades that I think are gonna fail. This is a bit more likely to play out. I just don't trust. I'm gonna wait for a better setup. Like this is not really a setup I'm confident in. Like it's a trending Asia, but it does look good. The rate on liquidity here does look good. Like rate market structure looks decent, but it still looks very likely to fail. I don't know why. It just looks very likely to fail. yeah, I'm gonna let you sit with this while I don't know. I'm probably gonna go smoke, probably sleep slightly a bit, then have a lot of work to do today. So yeah. No, bro, not again. Bro, where's my... Oh, just... I'll do the same. Because I'm gonna go sleep and maybe there's gonna be people joining. No, 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 no. It's so ugly. Dax looks decent, but it's not a good trade. Yeah, I'm gonna go sleep. Plenty of work to do today. And yeah. 1 hour nap. Wake up. Prepare for New York. We have a trade, we don't have a trade. Need to grind, finish our tasks for the day. We're attacking these tasks. Oh, I need to study. This is really important. Like, it's an important study. But we'll see. Why is my trading view doing this? It's because of the drawing tablet? Maybe. I was actually thinking, I couldn't sleep, and I was thinking that this shit might actually work. The reason I didn't take it is because I wasn't really comfortable taking it. It's not really a setup I usually trade in. And I asked myself, if this would have been a backtested trade, would have I taken it? And the answer was yes. So that's why. That means that I probably just hesitated because I'm not comfortable with this. It's not a setup I really often trade. So that's probably why. But in terms of probabilities, it's really likely to play out because we have DXY being really, really likely to play out lower, which it did. So it's probably going to continue lower, which DXY being really clear towards this draw on liquidity on the lows. And of this 1 hour gap, it's pretty clear that Euro will do the same. So in terms of probabilities, I should have traded this. And look, we're also holding a 50-minute gap. So overall, I think it's going to play out. But I just didn't take it because I was not comfortable in taking it. And that's because I kind of was slightly focused on the results because I don't want to really take a setup I'm not that comfortable with, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't think, nah, I still don't think necessarily I made a bad decisions. I still want to trade a setup I'm more comfortable with, I'm more confident in. This setup I'm not really that confident in, but in terms of probabilities, I think it will still play out, most likely. But overall, yeah, we're gonna wait for some other setups that we have. It's kind of slow, anyways. I don't know. It's a bit weird. Geo looks kind of bound to reverse, if that makes sense, of that 4 hour, but I don't know if you want to trade it. Looks like a pretty good reversal to target the slows, but I don't know if I want to do that. We do have a 4 hour inverse, but hmm, do we want to do this on the strongest pair? I don't know. Range is pretty balanced though, so yeah, it might work towards those equal lows though. Yeah, that's a really good POI. I would prefer to look for continuations of here, to be honest. But if we come back into that inverse, and essentially now I'm looking for the sweep of this, we're kind of more likely to play out bearish because we have this huge gap here. So yeah, it might be a good reversal. So Jew might hold some better potential here because the range is really balanced, so it has a really high chance of coming back into those equal lows. It might fail actually, Euro. I don't know. Maybe I did a good choice. I cannot tell right now if I did a good choice or not. UK. I don't know if I like the situation that we have. Ranges a bit naked. We need to see an industrial level get printed or a fair swing. This got stopped down, so I'm gonna go drink a coffee, wake up. I couldn't sleep, bro. I can't sleep. Like when I go in bed, I just think about stuff like this, like trading. Like, bro, did a good job on not entering this trade and stuff like that. And I always like solve the issue. I always come with a solution. That's why like sleeping really helps me when in cases like this, because when I go to sleep I think about this, and usually in my sleep I come up with a solution of or an answer that I did the right choice, that I did the bad choice, or stuff like that. Here, in terms of probabilities, I still think like we had a lot of like, considering that we have DXY bias, like we have DXY bias really clear that we're going lower. At least for me, it's really clear that we're going lower towards those equal lows, so we can align that with Euro going higher. We had trending Asia, big displacement higher, broke structure. We had 1 hour FVG. This is a 1 hour FVG, as you can see here to the right. We had a 1 hour FVG. We had a sweep on liquidity, which is perfect actually. We had a sweep on liquidity. Then we had a 5 minute break of structure in 5 minute inverse entry here. So technically, it's decent, but I don't know. I still don't know. We gotta let the trade play out first, because it's the weaker pair. Definitely the weaker pair compared to you. But Jew looks reversible. Hella reversible. So there's two scenarios that can happen in Jew, at least towards my perspective. So we either come back, we come deep to the highs on the 4 hour FVG and we reverse, so we're taking the sell side here. And this is our trade idea. We take external to internal, basically, kind of external to internal, or we come back below, or we come back below, sweep that internal liquidity, and we look to target external. Generally, this is the scenario I want to trade in because we're trading trend, but trend might still stay bearish. That's the thing, it might still stay bearish and target even more. I mean, for me, this would probably be the better POI to react off of. But even though like both scenarios are really valid, I still think this area looks really good for a retest. Therefore, price most likely will draw towards it regardless. You know what I mean? So we'll see. But for now, I'm letting it run. I'm gonna drink a coffee, maybe eat something, get ready to pursue my other goals. Let me actually reset. Reset trading view because it's bugging out because I'm on my wrong tablet. But overall, yeah. This is a decent trade. It's just that I wasn't really comfortable with taking it, and I think that's pretty bad because yeah, I don't know. I cannot tell if I made a good choice or not. Probably now we're gonna see a deeper retracement, but that doesn't mean the trade is invalid. Overall, in terms of probabilities, trade is still likely to play out. Now we just took this Henderson high and reacting off it. So I don't know yet if I did the right decision or not, but it doesn't look. It isn't a bad trade. It isn't a bad trade. The targeting is a bit weird because again we're targeting maybe targeting this 4 hour out here. That would make sense. So 2 hour would have been fine. Yeah, it's a fine trade. Now probably gonna sweep that low and still continue higher in my opinion. But I'm not mad. I'm staying focused on the process. I don't think I'm mad for not really trusting a setup. I don't trade often. But what would have gave us confidence is DXY in this case. Like in cases like this where I'm not really confident in a setup, I think DXY does provide pretty big confluence, but it's still there is a chance we come back and sweep again to top this 1 hour here. But I don't know if I still think it's probably gonna print higher. We'll see. Overall, it was worth being in. I just hesitated because we needed like 1.7 like this to pass the best phase one. But yeah, I hesitated a bit. I was a bit slightly focused on the results because I wanted to take a setup I'm confident in to like make the probabilities higher of me passing the account in the next trade. So I don't know if that's wrong mindset for me to have or it's not. But that I will probably journal this and see later. But for now, we're still letting it run. Um, 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 um. We'll see. Let it like this. Maybe people click more. Yeah. This is would have been probably a probably I don't know, a careful area. Be careful at this highs. Oh my god, it's building a lot of buy side, but we did respect that 1 hour. It's building a lot of buy sides. We either like just massively displace or the reverse. But I'm probably gonna look at GU today. I really like those lows here for a continuation trade. Because drawn liquidity is not reached. As I said, we're still drawing towards our draw is those highs here in that 4 hour. So if we manage to come back deep down in this 1 hour, that would be actually perfect because it's a POI aligning with all time frames. It's a really good POI. We also have sell side, so we have internal liquidity sweep and targeting higher from here would be perfect. Targeting London highs. This would be a really great trade for me to take actually. I really like the trade idea. So this is probably what we're gonna look for New York. What I think is likely that we draw lower anyways is because London is really balanced. So price will most likely go lower instead of respecting. We kind of can respect this range high, but I still think it's more likely to come on that since we have such a good POI. But we'll see. Let's see gold. Did gold do anything? Basically nothing. The gap is too big. This is why I said like I don't really like that gap is too big, but it still looks like I don't know, potentially reversible of I don't know this consolidation around the size. But we'll see, depending on how we get. But our POI we're kind of lacking a bit in terms of POI. Maybe if we sweep the high here, I don't know. Um, DAX still don't trust. Still don't trust lower trade in UK. We definitely need. I don't know if we have like reason to. Ooh, we do have daily. We're in a gap 4 hour. Took a low 4 hour FVG here. So I still kind of think the reaction of the order block is temporary. So we have a pretty high chance of playing like a failed swing, but not of that. I think more like of this inverse. So maybe it would be a good choice. And we also came into this consolidation. We don't need to sweep that, and from here looking to target higher towards all this buy side. Because for me, UK still looks bullish. Like we just reached strong liquidity. Do we have reason to go lower? Most likely now we didn't take these highs. So yeah, but it can also be like a range initiation. But it's to the point this range looks too naked. To the point where it's kind of unlikely to play out without some structure. So we're gonna see, but I think UK and GU I'm probably gonna watch today. I'm also gonna watch gold. I don't know, AUDUSD also looks. I think AUDUSD is pretty. Oh, I like AUDUSD for a reversal. Even though we reach strong liquidity, it doesn't really matter. Draw is gonna be this FVG here. Yeah, I do like AUDUSD for reversal. So AUDUSD also kind of comes to our list. It's the weakest pair. I'm still down to sell this pair. We have an endorsement FVG, everything we need. GJ, ugh, not that shit. So Euro probably not gonna look to trade like retractive movement, but still don't really like to trade that shit. You wanna see GU come to the lows. UK maybe a failed swing, but I'm not that confident. I'm more confident in those two. So kind of like this. The DXY we're gonna keep it here, but DAX, GJ, and Euro most likely we'll save it for another day. Yeah, that's basically it. Might work, as I said. It definitely looks like it's gonna continue with the sweep of that low, but it is what it is. So let's see what we have for New York. Uh, this looks maybe it's still gonna hold break even, but I like this. I actually like this. It means we're coming towards that. So this is probably kinda the only really good setup. I'm watching the trade. I'm watching the trade today. Other than that, nothing, nothing. Um, so let's see. I don't know about rejections though. I mean, this is kind of what I was afraid of. I mean, afraid of. This kind of was I was expecting. Is we had this really good inversion here. Was kinda expecting this to happen to fail higher. I don't know if it means holding break even or coming back to this order block. So we'll see. Most likely we're just waiting for Jew to retrace, and I think I'm gonna actually read a bit of manga from Solo Leveling and take a small break. Then I'm gonna start um I'm going for my goals. But that's just the didn't I see? Oh wait, I actually read this on my phone. I forgetting. I read this on my phone. We were at chapter 140. I think didn't I read this also? Oh yeah, I read this. But next chapter means 141. Dangerous. This here an official seal of approval. Oh my god. Give me goosebumps. Oh, what is which? As I said, we're probably holding break evens, starting to break higher. But we have, I think we have unemployment claims. Oh, we have flash PMI at 345. Still a while. Am I down to play a failed swing though? Like here, it's a pretty decent failed swing if you think about it. I don't really see a reason for that low to get taken. And we are in 0507, so interesting. But I still think the best choice is gonna be Geo. Like the safest, best, highest win rate, everything basically. This guy's cold, bro. Please just keep your mouth shut. Oh my god. If we inverse this, pretty clear sign that we're gonna go higher, and there is. This would have been a potential scaling if it would have been in the trade like this, maybe. Or you like 3R on exactly the same level. But again, we're not in the trade, we're just demo trading it. But yeah, it would have been a pretty decent. I wouldn't say really good trade, but it would have been decent. Everyone's been talking about it. To him representative Leonard. Leonard. Wow. Nah, this is cold. Like this is cold. Cold. Like this Sanjin was arriving to some meeting and he this guy got scared. You don't see that? See what? He doesn't summon shadows from another dimension. He brings them along him, and there's all his shadows, all his soldiers in his shadow. He could wage war against the United States with an army of that size. It's just cold. The manga's cold. I mean, soul leveling is cold in general. I guess we're not scaling it now. We wants to erase from where we involved. The Dragon Commish. Gold. I seen the scene a lot on Instagram edits where he stay like cold, cold, purple aura, cold, cold. You have failed. No way, he's turning that dragon into his summon soldier. Oh my god, bro. Nah, that's crazy, bro. This anime will be crazy, but it's gonna take so long, bro. It's gonna take too long. Não, mas o que é isto? No way, he's turning Kamish into his summon soldier. Oh my. Nah, this is just too cold, bro. Like, look. Like, god damn. Bro. Bro, this is just cold. The king of the dead. Oh my god, he's angry. Nah, bro, it's cold. I ain't gonna lie. Like sometimes I barely move an inch. I move my cables by 1 inch, and they all disconnect. Okay, now it should be fine. Recording stopped. I hope it's still intact though. Oh my god, bro, this dragon. Nah, that's hard, bro. Okay, get like such a strong ego. I mean, obviously. It's wagging his tail. And now he gets it for free. Wait, why does he lose him, bro? There are 4 humans who have borrowed the power of the rulers. Oh my god, that's so sad, bro. Too much time has passed since the time of the target's death. Huh, that's actually sad. Fuck. That's sad. He couldn't keep him. Damn, bro, that's anyway cold. Now he's gonna find that bitch ass Wang Yongyo. Wang Yongyo. What the fuck? Wang Yongyo. Sheesh. Bro, this guy is just too cold. Wang Dongso. Dongsu. Wang Dongsu. What are these goofy ass names? Nah, bro, this guy is too cold, man. Nah, bro, but this is the call. Like even his orc, even his summon soldier has this aura around him. Like has this cape. Nah, that's cold, bro. I'm not gonna lie, this is cold as fuck. Like this drip. It's cold actually. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god, then he changes. Bro, but Barry is kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I know this part. Nah, bro, I'm glazing on this manga, on this anime every day of the week. I'm not gonna lie. Every day of the week, I'm glazing over this. So when Barrow gets scared, this feeling, I felt something similar once before. The king is furious, and now he's gonna fucking mop the floor with that guy. Sheesh, bro. Nah, this guy's too cold, man. Like, there's no fucking way. Like, he's too cold. I guess it was a good choice not entering the tree, was it? He was at the end of the day. Did you come into our zone? Ooh, almost. Almost, almost. We gotta wait for someone a bit more structured. Bro. This is just I'm going to ask one last time. Heal him. You'll have to convince my boss for the bow. Bag his on the floor. And are you a healer too? You didn't mention about blah blah blah. I asked if you can use healing magic. No, real too cold. I know, bro. That's so cold, bro. Like this, when they stare out at each other, like the aura. I still like this aura more, like the purple blue aura compared to the red one. The Monarch of Shadows with all black drip. It's exactly what I want to be reincarnated in. The Monarch of Shadows in all black drip. And now he's battling that Thomas. Thomas Thomas Andre. Overwhelming force. Wait, but he has an army too? What? He has an army too. That's kind of cold. Cold, dude. Okay, I'm done reading. Like, I read a lot. I need to go drink a coffee, wait for the setup to form. And, um, yeah, trade basically. We're waiting for the social liquidity sweep. There's no other way. I'm trading. This is kind of the only setup I'm looking for today. If we get it, it will be perfect. But if we don't, it is what it is. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, we have this 1 hour inverse, but still internally lower time frame. Even though this is a good high to get broken through, I still don't wanna. I still wanna see that sweep. Regardless, Euro's getting stopped out. As I said, good choice that I didn't want to trade it. Yeah, we're just waiting for the setup to form. That's kind of the. We have unemployment claims in 1 hour and 45 minutes, so we have to see what happens. But other than that, well, enough soul leveling today. I need to stop. I need to get to grinding. I did like 5 chapters, but it's okay. getting the sweep. Okay, stop loss got so ended up being good choice that we didn't take the shade. Oh my god, my intuition was exactly on point, bro. What the fuck? I don't know if I said this on recording, but my intuition told me that okay, there's a very big chance we're gonna fail off this inverse after taking this high and then come back and hitting our stop loss, and that's exactly what happened. What the fuck? Okay, okay. I still think the exercise, maybe not. Maybe we're switching buys to bearish, but I still think Geo is good to buy here. Just waiting for that sweep. Oh man, I almost fell off. So, almost fell. So let's see what we're tackling. I'm curious if my video that I recorded before everything disconnected in my PC is still intact. It's not. Fuck, bro. Come on, man. You must be joking, right? You must be joking. Bombo Clarastafari. I mean, it's okay. I can make this psychology talk again. So this would be a short. This would be a short. So let's start with journaling. Just go with journaling fast, cause I think the trade was here. Yeah. So trade was here. So basically reach that zone. Basically, but I don't need my executions. I just need to see where that's enough. So basically this, I mean, it's a decent trade actually. I mean, it's a simple external to internal. Where's my pen? External to int. It's as simple as that. Like, it's not that. Why did I even like? Why did I even open the drawing tablet to write two things in it? So setup. I'll go over it after the explain. Yeah. Simple external to internal idea. An idea we reached external range high equal high liquidity. Was expecting to see a reaction towards that big 4-hour gap. That's basically it, nothing more than that. I mean, I don't even need that shit. Targeting, where's that four? Four, Kniggy. Oops, I said the N-word, my bad. My bad. I don't remember exactly where to entry. Oh, but this is perfect. So it's a pretty clear, like we're extremely aggressive here. New York, ooh, see? New York reverse, bro, what's happening, bro? New York reversing an extremely impulsive scenario. Therefore, clearly a retracement trade. Nothing much more to say than that. I know I kind of need to put my executions. I think I sold in a 3-minute gap now. Yuppie. of that inverse basically. Let me get a bit of a zoom in because it ended up taking a bit of a while, but entry we had buyers getting rejected here, then we inverse the second gap, which was late. So a bit buyers getting rejected of first gap formed around liquidity level, huge sign we are reversing, should have held higher, but really good liquidity level. Bars getting rejected, then huge displacement lower, inversing middle equilibrium gap, that's entry, stop loss, recent high, targeting, simple. I don't even need to do more than this, to be honest. It's a new reversal. What day was in? March 20th. March 20th. What the month? The 20th? It's the third day. Duration. It took kind of a while though. It took kind of 4 hours and 54. Inverse entry time 6:06, 16:06. RR2. I think it actually left bullish, yeah, from here, yep. 2.55. Position sell result demo win. Would have been a 1% or no trend counter intuition. I actually really like this. So I don't know whether it's a high or let's put a high gain. None. This is kind of none because it's demo. And we have the so we did the DXY journal demo. We have Euro USD demo. Jude didn't reach, but I still think it's gonna sweep that. So we're gonna focus on these two trades right here, external to external. We had banger trades, we milked fucking Euro. We had this, like milked. I'm so lazy, I don't wanna do work, bro. When it's already 3:02. So let's see, it was Fridays. What it is. I need to turn off my execution because oh wait, can I? Oh my god, it's so much better, but it's still. But we had the good sales here. Goody. Hey, goody. Good sell, good buy, good sell, good buy, good sell. Execution, I need to get rid of that shit, Brody. Right time frame, we're still very strong. Could it in? I think, yeah, it was in tag. This was completely valid though. I could have also taken this trade, but I didn't take it. I don't know why, because I was hesitant about this getting taken, but still no real reason to reject off here unless we come here. Yeah, it makes sense. But other than that, I don't think I was doing this. This was our draw, so I really don't want to journal right now, to be honest. But we gotta do what we gotta do, right? So this was our trade idea here. Trade. Tade. Draw liquidity 1, but this should have been final draw. Draw. Sweep, tap into the 4-hour retest that, boom, lower target internal, and a final draw liquidity. So we had actually a lot of signs here to target lower, but I don't know why I hesitated. I have no idea. What was our bias for Friday's DXY? I mean, we didn't want to target higher on Friday. That's the thing. We didn't have any drone liquidity rather than internal, and I don't think it was necessarily a good choice to try and target more. DXY is now probably gonna reach for this biggie gap here. Oh, where's my we basically retested the same area we traded on Wednesday, I think. We just rated external liquidity, external to external idea. I hesitated on this trade because for some reason I didn't expect final draw to get taken, probably because of DXY not having any more target. I mean, it kind of has any more targets. DXY it has that big gap, so makes sense. Wait, I basically expected price to draw. Wait, my head hurts. I'm starting to get overwhelmed. Obviously, this is Friday, right? We reach it back into the high. We are all sweeping that low. Wait. Olma papahendo. This looks bullish. DXR looks bullish right now. It doesn't mean almost like not gonna reach towards the low, which means, oh my god, this is such a similar behavior to the one we had, but it was way weaker. Will Seekers we're kind of switching trend at this point. Like this is pretty impulsive now. We were here, so I was expecting, what was I expecting? A trending Asia to fail to sweep Asian lows, and after Asian got swept, we're looking to target external. I'm not gonna go over it. Like, I know I don't want to get overwhelmed right now. I actually am gonna journal both trades here, because I initially expected DXY to fail lower because of how we rejected and we did. But after we failed, we continued trend off towards targeting those equal highs, basically. First part of the day. I need to compare, because if it's not gonna be clear if I don't compare DXY with DXY with euro here. So plus hard time control. So I was expecting some reaction towards those lows, but they were a pretty decent rate and liquidity lows, so there no need to take. But I was expecting this to become draw on liquidity and this to fail, basically, which it did. So I was expecting lower prices for London. This being Dixie. The fuck is Dixie? So intraday profile, Dixie. Oh, not this. My bad. This. So was expecting lower prices after rejecting really hard off high time control and previous daily high. So therefore, expecting a trending Asia to fail and price draw towards Asian lows, which indeed ended up happening. So euro are generally correlated a lot with my Mickey. I think we entered here, around here, like this. Oops. Oh my god, but it's too many drawings. It hurts me eyes. It hurts me eyes, bro. Why did I sound Indian? It hurts me eyes. It hurts me eyes, bro. So same. No. Wait, this is gonna be an entry, bro. Wait the fuck. So on the 15 minute, we expected the same thing for price to fade of the low since it rated liquidity, which is to the left. Same thing basically for turning Asia to fail and come back and we mitigate this area at least and then continue lower since we had external liquidity highs and controlling computer. Yes sir. Haha, yes sir. Yes sir skis. Yes sir skis. Same idea. Fail. This is strong liquidity taken. No need to take. This becoming ritual. So we're talking the lows not getting manipulated, but the DXY did, so we didn't really care about that in our strong. Same idea, drawing towards those Asian highs. Failed trending Asia, failed swing, target higher, targeting Asian highs. Entry not great, not heavy confluence, not really valid, but idea valid. That's why I say for stop loss. But I'm gonna journal the same fucking idea in the series because I don't wanna do two separate bursts, you know. Taking the highest value target external and higher time frame drawn liquidity, which was that. But I wanna think, why did it make sense to target higher on the XY? Because we had a forward gap, that's why it made sense, and technically we did right. What maybe anticipated failure lower is because of the rejections we got of John liquidity. And then we just targeted higher after Asian sweep low, we just looked to target higher because we also have a 4-hour FVG. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Haha. I'm so brain dead sometimes. I'm so brain dead, bro. 4-hour F external taken, more like internal, so we're targeting drawn liquidity in bullish trends, so it makes sense. We did, the thing is, we did like a higher time frame draw. We did like a higher time frame draw after Asian lows manipulated. Just look to target higher since trend. No higher time frame drawn liquidity though, but we had stacked equal highs. Valid external to external trade backed by trend. Euro, we did have also higher time frame drawn liquidity, which was on the lows. So same thing. This was the better trade. Like this was, I think it was like a 4-hour. Whoops. This was like a 4-hour, I think. Stacked. Oops. It had a hard time for draw here. 4-hour rate target low. Boom. We basically chose. I need to compare this one. I need to compare and see. To compare all the pairs. Same idea, except a bit better because we had higher time frame low and the lows weren't taken like the XY did. So overall, really good idea backed by trend compared to the failure trade idea, external to internal. Let's see our entry. Yo, what's our entry? Boom. This was actually pretty interesting, but now I need to delete this shit. Bullshit. Bullshit. But way we could have targeted like 3.5. Oh my god, this was such a clean trade. I should have actually chose to trade motherfucking euro. Motherfucking. This definitely should have chose to trade euro here. We actually had better R compared to GU. After taking those Asian highs, we had our market structure shift. Why I have my pen inverted, so market structure shift. I mean market structure, like I'm using just like, I don't know how to explain. It's an inverse, obviously, but it's just like the terminology for it to make simple, because we use that as a confluence to go lower and switching trend, rather similar to a market structure shift. 50-minute AVG stop loss. I think what maybe hesitated is the stop loss, so this would be probably partial or something like that, and this is type control. This is, I think it was a 5-minute that ended up holding. You struggle with them. Melted. Let me see if I can provide the 50-minute time frame. Inverse, yes, inverse. It basically was, oops, let me go back. Ooh, no. Bro, how did you not tap our alert? Are you fucking kidding? Oh my god, it is so much stronger. So let's use this. We not only had this was in turn, we also had a, oh my god, this was way better than G1. I agree with that. G was better because the model was better and the RR was better, but in terms of context and everything, I mean, they're really similar. Like, both are really similar. But, I don't know. You have to see this. I mean, I need to make the snipping tool smaller because it's just an entry here. No. 50-minute FVG. Why so blurred? Because I'm zoomed in. Entry. I think stop loss was around here. Stop loss. Why you laughing at me? Notion crashed. It didn't. Okay. Am photos gura mati. What? What the fucking? Okay, I'll just delete this. It's no problem. Entry was taken on a 50-minute bullish FVG, getting inversed and retested, which was a good choice. This is what I was looking at. That FVG held higher, we bullish trade. Otherwise, we break it and hold it as resistance. That's why stop loss made sense. And then she was a bit, it's kind of usually out of my comfort zone, I'm not gonna lie. usually an entry of my outside my comfort zone, and drawn liquidity like that low. But the stop loss was safe. Stop loss was safe because that 50-minute get shouldn't get inversed anyways. It should hold as support lower. If it gets broken, highly likely we invalidate trend. As a last resort, we kept it above that lower time frame VG. That was our signal for switching trend in case price does some shady stuff. Overall, really clean trade, best because of with trend. Higher time frame drawn liquidity, internal drawn liquidity. But I don't think Rankin necessarily was better than Jiu. Like, let's see R on Jiu. It's about the same. But it was, see why it was slightly better. But the thing is, Jiu had a way safer stop loss, and I think it actually, yeah, it displays a bit more towards that draw. So it wasn't actually bad. It was like a weird stuff. I'm gonna use the second trade to do this. So it was like a Asia rate delayed rate, bro. Rate Asia delayed. Like I have so many names that are useless, bro. Day Friday. Let's see how much it derated. I mean, first TP 2 hours 30 minutes. So I'm gonna use that. I mean, 2 hours was like 3:15 towards final TP 3:15. Entry was interesting. The entry was definitely outside my comfort zone here. So I would say 50 minutes. I would say something like 50 minutes, yeah. Entry time 14:30. RR, I would say, like, I would be honest, 2.2, 3.5. Position so demo risk one. It doesn't matter, like this doesn't really matter. Pro intuition liked it. The only thing I chose why I chose Geo instead of Euro was because of R. Was because of stop loss placement, because here look what would have happened if we would have a safe stop loss 1.5 and 2.5. On Geo we had a way safer stop loss and a way bigger R. So in terms of R, Geo was better, but in terms of delivery, Euro was like, yeah, definitely Euro was better in terms of delivery. So that's kind of our journal. I don't think, oh, bro, I really like this for reversal. Oh my god, I really like a sweep of this lows right here, sweep. Aww, it's already looking like it's reversing, and I don't think we have. Why am I sounding Russian? I don't think we necessarily have reasons to look for bullish. Like, it looks, the bear side of the range looks a bit impulsive. Gold, still slowly. This profile does suit. How do we say, like, in English? Like, sweet. Nah, not sweet, bro. That's sort of Let's check. Translate. Sweet. Suit. 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 Bro. Suit. Suit. It suits. Suit. Bro, but I don't know. Suits. 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 Suit. Suits. Bro, I don't know. Suits. Why can't I pronounce it? Suits. I don't know how the accent, where the accent is. Suits. 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 Suitsy. Sweets. Suits. It's weird. It's like the O is long. Suits. Suit. But it's not like suits. Suits. It sounds like Sue. Sue. Oh, suits. 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 But I don't know, it sounds weird. It sounds weird when I say suits. 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 Fuck that shit, bro. We'll see. We're also looking at that. It kind of looks like it's failing already, but we don't really complain about that, bro. But GU hella looks good. Gangy. This doesn't scare me. This very setup. This looks like a really good setup. Like GU. Is you gonna provide this? Oh my god. Okay. We heavily continues lower on UK. I didn't expect this. Oh my god, but this is huge displacement lower. I didn't really like that the range was naked. Oh, one. We had a perfect 1 hour gap. Late setup here on the inverse, but what if we taken our entry here though? I don't know. I mean, it's not a bad stop loss, but I don't think this R would have done it for me. To be honest, maybe off that order block, we could have made it like smaller, target lower. It would have been a player clean trading, no lie. But what I didn't like was that the range was really naked. It was naked, like it had too many gaps. But it is what it is, I guess. The 5 minute looks like, oh yeah, I kind of saw this. I was kind of expecting it to fail, but it didn't apparently. Oh, I was 100% sure this is gonna happen. Like, UK is gonna manipulate us or of our short and then continue lower. We had this inverse here. Inverse as our sign. We didn't need to see that break lower. Boom. Suit. Oh my god. But I don't think, I don't know, it looks like a clean continuation, but when you're not seeing it, you still look risky trying to short into a 4 hour gap, like regardless. I don't think I'm wrong for not entering this, neither is UK, because I mean, to be honest, we were in a 4 hour gap, but we have reached a drone liquidity, so we couldn't have known. I don't know. I have a mucus. We ended up holding the supply I've been talking about on GU for a lot of time. Like this supply here. We ended up actually holding it. We just consolidated a bit, then we initiated order flow. I should have actually saw this coming. Lately, I've been paying too much attention to drone liquidity rather than what is price actually trying to do. And we had a pretty clear 1 hour, but I don't know if this would have made us hesitate. Like I've been forming like my idea based on drone liquidity too much. Like taking out the drone liquidity and reacting of it without inversing any gaps doesn't mean shit. Like when we inverse, that's when we expect to see certain pricing, right? But this would have been cleanest. So like this is one of the cleanest delivery I've seen so far. Like Asian raid, but it was a bit more impulsive that I would have liked. But again, another supply here that I really liked. So supply within supply, basically. Oh my god, this would have been a clean day for UK. The sell of London not really catchable, but a continuation 130 continuation. Yeah, exactly 130 timing. I don't know if I would have been confident enough to take a 130 trade, but it sure as hell is really clean delivery. This for me like Asian manipulation, big London range breaking lower, continuation of 0507 lower towards drawn equity. Yeah, I need to pay a bit more attention to what price is actually doing. I've been tunneling vision a bit too much on drawn liquidities. But regardless, like the Geo trade still looks hella valid to me. Like we do have in terms of bullishness, let's see, let me remove joints because they are a bit I still think we should do retest the inverse but didn't. So for us to stay bearish we do need to see that. For me reaction, I don't know if it's gonna hold though. We rated liquidity, broke structure, two ranges, big gap, market structure shift. Strong liquidity it's still in dark for me. I still see Geo being bullish though. Euro still bullish, but really choppily. We gotta see like not necessarily a sweep. We might just keep displacing lower because we formed this fractal formation. But UK very clean delivery. And also DAX we could have had a higher chance of expecting lower delivery. I don't know why I got so scared of new week opening gap, because new week opening gap what causes just a reaction, and we retested that inverse. Retested that FVG, which I expected as soon as I saw the shallow mitigation here, and this would have been pretty valid. I don't know about the entry though. Would have. I mean, I don't think I would have taken it. We had. Let me remove this just to see better. We had this gap here, right? That was kind of pivotal. This price left previously from it. We had sell side, so probably now would have taken it. I don't think this inverse would have been enough sign for me. I probably would have wanted to see a stronger close below this gap, since it also had sell side, had a chance of just hold. I don't think I would have taken this actually. If it would have broken that low in this move before retesting, yeah, maybe. But like this, no. Even though it is clean delivery, like it is clean delivery, not as clean as UK, but it still is clean delivery. And how it mitigated, like how DAX mitigated that low, bro. Like this precision is kind of crazy. It had a pretty high chance of being bullish though. Like I don't think I'm necessarily wrong for thinking that it's gonna be bullish off a 4-hour FVG, especially since we formed this this fractal like formation. I would have really expected to see lower price, and now I think that's what's gonna happen anyways. Basically the short idea was just to target this 4-hour FVG. Like that was kind of like, I still think it's gonna form that fractal formation and keep going higher. The gap is still big. We're bullish. We should draw towards this highs. But this is like a retracement trade and just fighting this lows here. I don't know if you want to trade like this. I still want to see the ampler vision. I don't know. Why am I being idiotic, bro? I don't know if I would have taken this though. I don't think necessarily, because the area was too naked for ourselves. If we would have come back into this 4-hour inverse, maybe, but we didn't. And this low isn't necessarily enough for me to take a short here, and it's just risky because of this low. And now it has a really high chance of staying intact. UK, it was better off. I was too scared of this. It did have a chance of reaction, which it did, but it's not long term because I didn't see the bigger picture, which was this. We ended up holding that supply. But what did happen after ending that supply, where the liquidity initiated lower, broke structure, retest of that, and then went lower. UK was valid, but I don't know if I would have taken this timing though. It's pretty clean, like market structure shift on the 5-minute bars. Get it, like the entry pattern is clean. I'm not arguing with that, but it's just timing that I don't know if I would have. This instantly due. We gotta wait for a failed swing, because we have this much trend line here and we have a 50-minute FVG here. So that's exactly what we're waiting for, price to come sweep this trend line and then wait for a retest. Like in this case, we definitely need to wait for a retest for another confirmation. Because why do we wait for another confirmation? Because price might do this. We enter buys and price just melts lower. Why? Because it just comes for a sweep of this trendline liquidity here and that 50-minute FVG we have here, and it's just a rebalance and price continues lower. But if we wait for another confluence, even after we get that rebalance and price comes back and gives us an entry pattern once again, then we can really assume that we're gonna go higher. So it's essentially like a safety measure, basically. Now I'm gonna go suck my own dick. Bro, now sometimes I'm brain dead. Does look like the sky was gonna hold lower, but we taking reversal with Nana, and gold looks like it's no. I missed my entry. I'm gonna take the demo trade right now, towards the lows, right now. I'm taking the demo, right now. I hate that sound. Fucking hate that shit. Demo. We're just playing like on them. I just like to play like a feather swing scenario, but of what? Oopsie. What is that zone that I drew? Like a 5-minute FVG where it tested it perfectly? Hell yeah. This is very likely to play out. I don't know if towards the lows, like maybe it can play towards the lows a bit better. But I really like how Geo's slowing down. Question is, do we want to wait for news? Most likely yes. And see how good our 1 hour looks here. Also we have mini 4 hour. But the 1 hour just looks too good to me. The bad thing is that we have the Simverse. That's why I say that we need to wait for some type of confluence here, because this inverse looks pretty dangerous. I mean, it's not an inverse, it's a gap, but it's around the liquidity level, so it is pretty dangerous. That's why we gotta wait for a bit more confirmation around this. Yeah, because if price does this and respects it and starts breaking lower again, it's very likely we switch bearish. Since euro, ooh, what the fuck? Ah, it's bank holiday today on GBGB PY. But I don't know, to be honest, what's our bias, because DXY is a bit weird here. A bit weird. I don't know. For us, I still think the buy DSL is valid. I don't know if I'm down to switch my bias to bearish, but depending on how we behave, like if we let this sell side stay intact and we comment that inverse and respect it, there might be a better trade to just like target that liquidity like in short term. But I don't know if I want to trade it though. That's the thing. I don't know. Oh gosh. No, it's already reversing on us, bruh. What are we doing with our lives, bruh? What are we doing with our lives, bruh? So we gotta wait and see. I think we definitely need to wait for news. So it takes like 45 minutes more to form the setup. It takes 45 minutes. Oh, my webcam, bro, my webcam has been stuck for so long. This is so creepy. It's so fucking creepy. Wait, my webcam stuck again. Bro, why are you fucking figurating here? I don't know why I'm... Oh, it got stuck again, bro. I don't know what's happening with this webcam. But we're just gonna stay like here until, I don't know, it solves it by himself. But I thought my webcam was working. That shit was creepy as hell. That shit creepy as hell. It was creepy as hell. we're just waiting for that trend line liquidity sweep. There's too much liquidity on this trend line here. So that's what, bro. By every trade I take on gold on the demo is a loss, bro. Like, come on, bro. I think it's just gonna manipulate and still go lower. Unluckily, and this is just reversing before trend liquidity gets taken. Do we take that? I'm still gonna go lower, obviously. Still gonna go lower. It's just the classic behavioral pattern. Yeah, see, we're most likely gonna wait for PMI. Like, I don't think it's smart to try and trade until PMI, so I'm probably gonna just chill a bit in my bed alone and naked. Nah, bro, we're just chilling. I'm probably gonna read some manga, and then we're waiting to see what happens. Then I need to get and tackle the rest of the trades. I don't think I did those. I don't think the GPGPI are worth doing. So yeah, we don't have that many goals left. We have this to do, and I need to do the layout. So I do have some editing work to do, but in terms of trading, not much. And I think I should also like back this, like before going to sleep. Back test. Let's see.
E cu ceva fibre, nu știu, să-l pui pe pită, bine, mă?
Well, still gotta wait for PPI, so another like 50 minutes. Why did I get stopped out on this tree? Oh my god, UK really is reversing before that row. I don't know about Euro though. It looks like a fair swing, but it's not a valid. I'm still down to consider buys from this. If we get a failed swing, retesting that inverse. Otherwise, we're probably gonna continue very slow. Still need confluence. 50 more minutes for PMI services. As I said, we need to wait for that 1 hour inverse to get retested. 1 hour FVG, pardon me. We need to wait for this 1 hour fuck, come on. One that 1 hour FVG to get retested, and then when it gets retested, we wanna see another market structure shift here. And then we can potentially take trades, and also we need to wait for PVI. That's what we're waiting for, basically. Other than that, not really any trades. There's no way like UK just reverse before reaching take profit. Really, really, bro. For me, kinda still looks bearish this consolidation, but it does depend. Which means it's gonna be bullish. We are in a really good PI. We just need to wait for a bit more confluence because of that 1 hour printed bearish gap, which is right here. So we need to wait for to see how price behaves to it first. So we need, because it's a big danger zone, so we need to wait for more confluence when trading inside it. Because if we take a buy from here, like towards like this, there's no point. Like a 1.3R, so there's no point. And we have PMI, it's most likely we're gonna see something like this, and then maybe we'll get it. So I don't know. We need to see more. They're more willing to buy AU if we start breaking higher, because again 1 hour gap. But this is kind of the only two scenarios. AU is a bit better, G's weaker, but we cannot trade stuff like this. Like at this point, it just looks like it's gonna go higher, lower. Euro being the weakest, Euro fucking melted, bro. Like I was so right about this. Like my intuition was really right about this. Good thing I didn't end up taking a trade. And DXY ended up flipping our bias. And we ended up respecting this range apparently. Let me see. To the left, we didn't really have like any POIs, but sometimes price doesn't need. Oh, we had a 30-minute gap, but sometimes price doesn't need. And you see the retest here of the 30-minute inverse. We inversed it, retest, fly higher. Ooh, there's a lot of volatility coming in. This is probably gonna be a non-trading day, even though AU does look like a pretty decent failed swing scenario of news here, but I don't know. I don't. I don't think it's a good idea to trade for now. If this high would have got taken, yes, but I mean we're reclaiming that 4 hour, but I don't think it's necessarily a good choice, and I don't really like how the gap looks here. It's gonna be a big stop loss. When if we target the external range again, let's see something like this. It's usually this is a partial level, like 1R, 2.2. I think it's just patience at this point. Like it looks like a decent failed swing, yes, but it would have been way more decent if we took the high. Like regardless if it's, I know it has a high chance of working. I don't think this is setup I necessarily want to take part in. You know what I mean? So it's good. It's probably gonna call it off for the day. I don't think we want to trade anything today. It doesn't look like it. This looks like a failed swing. Leopard's gonna fail. There's no real setup. Maybe reversal of all this buy side, but this looks like so weird. Like you just hold the level so much. Maybe it's this a cheat code for us to trade reversal of this, but low volatility day. Also looks like it's gonna fail, as I said. Looks like it's gonna go higher now. DAX, but probably still way better off to trade tomorrow rather than today. I don't think it's a good choice. So we'll see. I'm gonna slightly monitor it a bit more, but in terms of trading, I don't think we're gonna trade today. We just monitored, and that's pretty much it. Like nothing much else. No real trades for today. I don't think it's fine for now. Like today, no trading day. We'll see you tomorrow. I don't think it's a really high chance we're not having any trades. Like it just looks like we're initiating lower, and I do not want to trade in conditions like this. Like now, price is looking like it's holding this consolidation, which is fine. Sometimes it happens. AUDSD kind of rejecting maybe unless like AUDSD massively rejects higher and we break this high. And then I'm looking to target that. I don't think so. I'm gonna wait slightly more for this scenario to happen because it's looking like we're rejecting the low. So if we gap hard above, this would be a really textbook market structure shift for me. So I'm not saying no to this setup because it's basically we took external range, we inverse gaps here, both of gaps continue, so we have two ranges. 1 hour FVG here is pretty valid. We don't have opposing range, we have clear buy side liquidity. Let's see how on the 4 hour. On 4 hour, not really a classic edge, but it's still coming off external liquidity. I think we're gonna go for internal. So if we need to see a pretty strong break here, like now. So that's kind of, I'm waiting a bit more for that scenario to happen, but other than that, we're not really trading. Mm. When it's at this point, it's probably over. Like I'm just gonna take a break and get on with my goals for the rest of the day. I don't think it's necessarily worth for me to be live streaming. Maybe it is. I don't know. Like no one's really watching anyways, but it's just like a matter of recording. I don't know if it's necessarily worth. Like after the session over, like going over this surely would be relatively decent. Going over this surely. But as soon as I go towards the editing, I don't think it's necessarily worth. I think it's just better off to put this on my videos maybe. So we'll see. Probably not. So I'm just gonna wait slightly more. You still gotta see that. I'm not gonna give up just yet on trading, but if we see something like this, then I'm down to take some buys towards that buy sell liquidity. But we need to see the 1 hour gap get tapped and first get mitigated. This looks like a good displacement, but it's still too early to try and trade. Like, I'm gonna stick to my idea no matter what, basically. Like, this still looks like a really good area to retest. So if we come here, then go back in this overall good area to then have an, this is perfect if we come and mitigate this right now. You looks like it's breaking, but I don't know if this is necessarily the displacement I'm kind of looking for. Yeah, this is kind of like GU's aligning perfectly with my idea of retesting that 1 hour. So this is my idea basically. And here we take our trades towards internal and external liquidity. This is what I'm waiting for. This is also 1 hour gap. So that's why it's good. We just had a slight deeper pullback. But it's still big of a displacement to try and look to trade off straight off it. Like something like this is still too big to try and trade like this, in my opinion. So it's better off to still wait for that extra confirmation, which we're most likely gonna get. If we don't, that's completely fine. But this is kind of the last thing I'm waiting for today. Just see if we get it. AUD we might get that. What I'm waiting for here, that market structure shift. But it's a 50-minute market structure shift. Like, it's again a failed swing scenario where we gotta, I mean, not a failed swing, but a 50-minute swing where we gotta wait for lower time frame confirmation. So this is our market structure shift. We just gotta wait for price to retest now and give us our entry pattern basically. Because see, we are in a bearish 1 hour bearish gap here. And this would be perfect if we actually get this. Perfectly for my idea basically. Now we're just waiting. Did we top that inverse? That bearish FVG? I'm not sure because I don't see it because of my almost tapped it. We're gonna tap it soon. And yeah, this is a very likely scenario to happen, so we're just waiting for it. It would be great, to be honest. We didn't mitigate that, so it's probably fucked. And also your DSD closed below the high, even though it looks like it closed above it didn't. This is not a valid close. So probably not anything. This trade would have hit TP, but we got stopped out on demo here. I don't know why. Spread on demo? Really? But yeah, I'm still gonna watch it, but I don't think it's gonna work. I'll give it like 20 more minutes and max. probably it for today. We didn't mitigate that, so we're most likely not going to. We're most likely to continue bearish of this gap here. Yeah, that's pretty much it for today. I'm gonna get to working on my other things. This was about today's trading. I'll see